Hey, Laughing, what's up, man? Yeah, you are first blood tonight, dude. How's it going? Hadn't seen you in a while. I was actually just wondering how you've been. It's almost time. We're gonna do some MCP shenanigans tonight. The microphone was muted. Because I was moving crap around, and this challenge coin that I've got. Actually, it wasn't a challenge coin, but I counted as one. I got it from DEF CON. Thanks, Laughing, for the reset, brother. You know I love you. But this one is a DEF CON Goon coin, and I kept it because I was like, this is about as good a challenge coin as any, and I really like it. But as I was moving stuff around the desk right before the stream, I was organizing something. This damn thing, when it hits the desk, makes the loudest sound. So I had muted the microphone and forgot to unmute it again. Yeah, I like that one. I've got a whole stack here of them. I need to get like an actual holder for them, but like of all the ones that I've got, this is the stack, right? Of just various challenge coins I've gotten. Probably one of my other favorite ones that I got was, what was this one? Yeah, this was my Black Hat trainer coin for having taught a course at Black Hat. That was another fun one. I like that one. And then I've got a couple from Spectre Ops. I only have 2 of the Black Hat trainer coins. I should have 4 of them because I did that for 4 years. And so, but this one, actually, I take it back. This is my all-time favorite. The Goon one is a second close, but this is one that I got from someone who took one of my courses, and it is a naval, basically informational services challenge coin that they made and they carved into wood with a laser cutter. It's sick. That's my very favorite one. So, all right. So last night, we were going through everything. The AI agent is working. However, it's giving us all of our instructions for completing the exploit as if it is a human doing it with a normal, like, human interface, which is suboptimal. However, there is one benefit to this, and that is because it's going to accelerate a timeline for something else that we're going to need, which is a fully controllable web browser. Most of the CTFs all have some kind of web component to them. So to be able to test those, we're going to need something that is better than just gets, posts, whatever. We can't just curl our way through modern web infrastructure. There's too much going on the server side, the client side rendering. So what we're going to look at tonight is we're going to run through getting a crash course at MCP, because honestly, I haven't needed it. I haven't studied it to work on it, so that we can look at how to let MCP control Playwright. So we'll have a testable web browser that the entire AI agent can control. And we're going to see if we can set this up in a Docker container. So we got a couple things on the docket for tonight. We're going to see if we can make this work, so that way we can actually go through and simulate clicks and interacting with an actual website. Started using a new keyboard layout as my daily driver, and I'm starting a 2-week internal tomorrow, so I'm hoping I don't accidentally delete DA this week. Bro, one of the scariest events I ever had happen one time was I was exploiting a system, and I had to troubleshoot getting the web shell to work properly on it. So I had several failed exploit attempts of stuff that had been uploaded to the box. And I thought, okay, I'm going to be a good steward and go clean up after myself and delete all these extra web shells off here, keep my client nice and secure and not leave backdoors in their systems. And I fat-fingered the delete command for those things. I was afraid I deleted the entire disk drive. Like, my heart seized up. Like, I instantly broke out into a cold sweat. I was like, oh no. Thankfully, after I calmed down and I looked at it more carefully, I realized what happened was I would have done that had I not put a typo in the command. So a typo saved me from nuking this client system when I was just trying to wipe off all those web shells I had dropped on it. God, I remember that. Oh, that was scary. Laughing, what layout are you using now? Are you using the Dvorak's? The Dorvax? Oh, this is more than I thought it was. I thought it was just this single page. Colmac DH. I want to see kind of what's the difference in the layout. That's quite different. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Yeah, this is gonna mess with my WASD here. It's gonna throw me off. I like the idea of switching keyboard layouts. I just never want to go to the trouble of relearning a new layout that I have been using quite literally for 30 years. I don't know if that juice is worth the squeeze. Okay. Let's go take a look at this real quick here. This is, of course, makes keyboard walking a more secure way to create passwords. No, Ford, no. No, 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 no. That doesn't. That's not how this works. I finally decided to squeeze for fun. Giggity. All right. Let's get a quick crash course. We're not going to go through this entire thing, but let's see what's the skinny on MCP before we start actually just slinging new tech into our into the tech stack here. Let's see. So AI ecosystems are evolving rapidly with large language models and other AI systems become increasingly capable. Questionable. However, these models are often limited by their training data and lack of access to real-time information or specialized tools. Limitations hinder the potential, yada, yada, yada. Let's see. Okay, I'm good with all that. Let's look at the key concepts. So MCP is often described as a USB-C for AI applications. So just as USB-C provides a standardized physical and logical interface for connecting peripherals, MCP offers a consistent protocol for linking AI models to external capabilities. So in the entire ecosystem, we have a user. Users enjoy. Oh, okay. Actually, take that. Here are the benefits to it. Okay, I don't give a crap what the benefits are. I want to know what is the issue here. I want to know what we're doing. Hey, Urpum. Yeah, it is, man. It is over on Hugging Face, actually. One sec. I'll grab you the link for it. There you go. Oh, wait, no, I take it back. That is the wrong link. That was the one from last night's fishing course. Hang on. Here we go. Let me grab this. That was one on using MCP for fishing. That was not the correct link. That is the correct link. There you go. And we're just crash coursing through this because I want to get an idea of just basically what are the moving parts, how do we get it structured, put together, and then let's go through this blog here about setting up Playwright with MCP. So we'll have to do a little bit of reorchestrating and restructuring, but my understanding so far is that we can take MCP and present them as tools over to LangChain and LangGraph by extension. That they can just be called like any other AI agent tool. So once we get that set up, we'd be able to then go interact with it. Now, this won't be something that is ephemeral and gets managed by like RoboPages. RoboPages, when it executes, it spins up a specific Docker container, it executes, it captures the output, and then it destroys the container. So those are ephemeral objects. They get created, they do work, and then they die. This is one that's going to persist. I almost got you with the phishing link. Hey. All right, so let's look at this. What is the integration problem? The M by N integration problem refers to a challenge of connecting M different AI applications to N different external tools and data sources without a standardized approach. So without protocols like MCP, developers would need to create an MN custom integrations for each possible pairing of AI applications with external capabilities. So yeah, that gets thick quick. So with MCP, you get the M plus N solution. Let's see. Provides standard interfaces. Each AI application implements a client-side MCP once, and each tool or data source implements the server-side once, which dramatically reduces the integration complexity between and maintenance burdens. Thick with the 2 C's. Yeah, no kidding. It's dummy thick. We're talking like McDonald's milkshake when the actual machine works thick. Like a dummy thick, like a Go binary. All right, let's look at the core terminology here. So our components are, we have a client, we have MCP, and then a tool. Okay, what is all this going on? So just like client-server relationships in HTTP, MCP has a client-server relationship. So the user-facing AI application that end users interact with directly, like Anthropic's Claude Desktop, AI-enhanced IDEs like Cursor, or interface libraries like Hugging Face, Python SDK. The host initiates a connection to MCP servers and orchestrates the overall flow between user requests, LLM processing, and external tools. So a client is a component with the host application, manages communication between the specific MCP servers. Each client maintains a one-to-one connection with a single server, handling the protocols and difference. What else do we got here? Dookie Dookie, what's up, man? Thanks for coming online. Welcome in. All right, let's see here. So a server is any external program or service that exposes capabilities, tools, resources, or prompts via the MCP protocol. That's actually kind of a neat idea. Like if you had like a prompt library and you could have a standard interface to go query that. They kind of already did something like this, but it's not necessarily standardized. In LangChain, you can import a list of community prompts from there. There's basically like almost like a Git repo of them. You can do that, but I kind of like this idea as well. A lot of content uses client and host interchangeably. Technically speaking, the host is a user-facing application, and the client is the component within the host application that manages communications with a specific server. Okay. Let's see. So it's also neat that you can not just get tools, but you can also get resources from this. So like if you needed to extract data from get something from a database, we could also do this. Let's see. So an example of a tool for weather application might be a function that returns the weather in a specific location. For a resource, this is a read-only data source, by the way. So you have a researcher system that might have resources for a particular scientific paper. You could have it form up prompts, then sampling. Like say a writing application reviews its own output and decides to refine it further. Actually, look at the description. I want to know what they're talking about for sampling. The server initiates requests for the client-host platform LLM integrations or interactions, enabling recursive actions where the language model can review generated content and make further decisions. Interesting. So what we'll do is we'll stand up our own MCP server, and anything that we can't cram into robo pages, we'll set them up as MCP in here. I think that's kind of what we'll do for this program. Mr. Herring, thank you for coming online. Welcome in and happy Sunday. So it gives an example here. This application might use MCP entities in this way. So the entity might be a tool, which is a code interpreter, a tool that can execute code that a language model writes. Resource might be documentation, a resource that contains the documentation of the app. You can also have a prompt for code styling, or maybe a sample review, a sampling that allows the language model to review code to make further decisions. Actually, that might be handy if we had something kind of built up like that for later on down the line when we want to create our own YAML definitions for custom tools over in robo pages. So that actually might be really handy for that. All right, let's take a quick look at the architectural components here. So our host has the clients, we have our servers integrate us to the tools. Very straightforward. I'm going to skip ahead because I want to see what the communication protocol actually looks like. So at its core, MCP uses the JSON RPC 2.0 as the message format for all communications between clients and servers. It's a lightweight, remote procedural call encoded in JSON, which makes it human readable, vaguely, language agnostic, and well established. Okay. So we do get request response, but also we can get notifications from the server. So the client, let's see. So sent from a client to a server to initiate an operation. Oh, these are requests, by the way. They'll have a unique ID, the method to invoke, and the parameters for the method if there are any. So for example, using the weather example, method would be a tool call, parameters, the name of the tool, what we're calling, and the argument was like the location for San Francisco. Pretty straightforward. Especially if we go through and we define these. So it should be that setting up, I think, fast MCP, something like that. You can present those using, I don't think we even need tool decorators. I think we can literally just have LangChain go and integrate into that and get a list of tool capabilities back. We merge that with the list of tools we've already got from robo pages. Oh, we're Gucci. But hello, Harry. Let's see. So our responses are sent back. They've got the same ID. So basically by ID is how we're tracking these. Because if you look at the result, we had an ID here, but it's not giving us any of the other information here. So if we're doing this by hand, we have to track that ID coming back and forth between the two. We can also get potential error responses. I love how the weather app is now the default hello world for all these new framework stuffs. I know, right? I was thinking something like that. I was like, oh, look, another weather app. And yeah, you're right. It is kind of taken over the hello world in that respect. I cannot wait till my oldest son, who's 6, getting pretty close to turning 7. I can't wait to start doing some programming with him. He so badly wants to play Roblox, but he doesn't really understand that Roblox has essentially evolved into a Lua game engine, right? I really want to... I don't even know much about Roblox. I know of Roblox. So I think that might be one of our first forays into programming, because he's getting very good at reading and writing. I think we'll probably dig into Roblox first. Let's see. Oh, so notifications. Actually, there were 3 tops here. So this is a one-way message, doesn't require a response. Typically sent saying, hey, data's processing, we're doing stuff. Let's see, so for the transport mechanism, we have a message format defined by the JSON RPC, but MCP also specifies how the messages are transported between the client and server. So we can have basically like a standard IO. Host application launches the server as a subprocess, communicates it by writing to its standard in, and reading from the standard out. Easy enough. Scratch is a great starter language that's graphical. My 9-year-old did that in his first coding academy. Hold on. Quick detour, because you know I love those. Let's see. It'd help if I could spell Scratch. Coding. Let me look at this. Is this an MIT project? Let me look at this real quick. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, no, I crashed. And this is all written in Scratch. This is awesome. Dude, I love this. Okay. Dude, yes. I think Agent Zero would be all about this. I love that. All right, Harry, thank you so much for the suggestion, man. He's turning 7 pretty soon, and he's very interested, and he watches a lot of Minecraft videos, and he sees the Minecraft hackers, and they want to go in, and he wants to know how to use the terminal commands. Like, buddy, you got to learn how to read, write, and type. So he's still got to learn how to type. He's so slow. I was like, man, I remember reading that, man. Remember that as a kid. Let's see. All right, let's look at this real quick. So initialization, the client connects to the server and they exchange protocol versions and capabilities. Server responds. For discovery, we ask for a list of tools. We get a list back. Yeah. Nice. Zabefu, thanks for coming online. Welcome in and happy Sunday. Or potentially Monday, depending on your time zone. I realize I get a lot of late night European folks or very early morning European folks like to come in. Let's see. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I believe this kind of integration is already existing in LangChain, where we can just go query the list, it comes back, and it basically gets presented as a LangChain tool that we can use. It is a pretty happy evening, man. Had a pretty chill day for once, thankfully. Let's see, execution. Execution works the same way, except we do a tool, instead of a tool list, we do a tool call. We'll get some notifications on progress, which are not required, then we get an execution. All right, cool. Actually, okay, hold on, I skipped a section here. Understanding MCP's capabilities. So here's the, again, the get weather hello world here. Actually, let's look at, let me not skip too much here. So tools are executable functions or actions that the AI model can invoke through the MCP protocol. Tools are typically model controlled, meaning the AI model decides when to call them based on the user's request. Due to their ability to perform actions with side effects, tool execution can be dangerous. Therefore, they typically require explicit user approval. Use cases are like sending messages, creating tickets, querying APIs, performing calculations, things like that. So, real simple. This would be defined as a tool in here. It just returns something. And this is essentially not too different from everything else we've been doing with LangChain and LangGraph. I try to rely upon the daywalkers clearing out on my random stream occasions. Actually, when I was Al Hazred was on last night, so we get, even though he wasn't on hacking anything, but I was happy to see him streaming again because he's been going through some stuff, and he was playing a video game and explaining some of the backstory to it. So we raided over to him last night. I was happy to see him on, but my first thought was, "Damn it, Laughing, why are you not online, bro? For real." Let's see here. What is this here? Oh, this is if we're getting resources. What if we're getting prompts? So we can just return this in a very simple way here. Oh, so in this case, very similar to like whenever we do the prompt templates, if we needed to go, well, I think this is kind of cool. I don't know if I necessarily, I guess it's not so bad. So there was an example. Hang on one second. Let me see if I can find something. There was an example of some companies like, hey, here's our enterprise product. And it's totally legit enterprise grade. And they had their entire, yeah, here it is. They had their entire prompt exposed in their application. They just built it right in. They didn't even like have it behind any kind of API. Cluely, that was the one. So this guy's like, okay, cool, let's go reverse engineer the Cluely app, and boop, there it is. Just the entire prompt was right there in the application. I was like, really, you didn't even have like any kind of abstraction to where you extract the language model calls anything? No, just boom. And then of course I had to respond to one guy because he's over here talking about, and most, if you hadn't noticed, most of the stuff I do over on X is just shit posting. It is straight up. This guy's over here, it's like, and he was responding about Cluely being reverse engineered. He's like, y'all spend all this time worrying about others who could have been using that time to build your own products. I was like, you're building products to make money. I'm building products to break your products. We are not the same. That's the way I can summarize it. Hey Dan, what's up, brother? Let's see. I came in at the right time. Dude, you did, man. You had perfect timing there. Let's see. I thought we were serious posting over here. No, I very rarely serious post on X. There was one, I was given all the stuff that's happened over the past year. I've had a lot of a first-hand experience on the receiving and giving side of helping people through grief, right? And Jason Haddix, unfortunately, just had a very close family friend pass away. So I did serious post on that, like gave him some advice, like, hey, this is the stuff you want to do. Don't, if somebody's going through a massive grieving period, the worst thing you can do is ask them how they're doing. And it got so bad, I thought Sock was going to start yelling at people because they were just asking that. Don't ask them that. If you're going to ask them questions, ask specifics. Don't ask generalities. That takes a lot of processing power, and their brain is using that processing power to handle that grief right now. So if you're helping with somebody, ask them like, hey, have you been getting any sleep? Have you been eating? You know, does your yard need to be mowed? Do you need help with the dishes? Does somebody need to come vacuum the house? Stuff like that. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. And yeah, our back and forth about it. Like who are basically our swinging contest to see who sleeps the least. That was an anomaly. I actually am trying to fix my sleep schedule. I wonder what they're doing with sampling here. Like, I get that this might be handy. Human-in-the-loop design ensures users maintain control over what the language model sees and generates. When implementing sampling, it's important to provide clear, well-structured prompts to include relevant context. Okay. Hey, Bobby. What's up, man? Happy Sunday, dude. My sleep schedule's jacked up right now. I've been playing way too late into the night. I had been too, man. So after um, I've had a lot of deaths in the family over the last year, and it seems like every time I get out of the I just need to decompress and stress and go purge heretics and 40k Darktide. I'm just about back out of it now. I don't feel the draw to go play it. I actually am working on another project that's not even hacking related, but it's just doing a little bit of like AI art generation for fun. And I think I'm finally getting back out of that. I need to just game to blow off steam and not think for a little bit. I think I am 99% out of it. I'm just about done busting out. In the Whoop group I'm in, I'm usually the best sleeper. Oh, this is just pre-vacation scheduling. Gotcha. Well, I mean, mine last week, by the way, apologies again, everybody, for canceling Tuesday night's news stream last week. I did not sleep that night. I stayed up literally the entire night. I was up for 36 hours straight because I would work on this report for a couple hours. I would go game for a couple hours, and I would just go back and forth to let my brain chill out. I didn't sleep that night. And then the night after that, I only slept like 4 hours. I really had to get that report knocked out. So I apologize for canceling the news stream this past week. Pro tip, don't skip leg day. Also, every day is leg day. Yeah, right? I'm getting back into that too, Bobby. I've not been working out because my sleep schedule's been so messed up. So I am getting that sorted back out as well. It's been just one thing after another. And sometimes it just felt like... I told my boss this. So you guys know that my sister passed away the first day on the job, right? Like I did Monday onboarding, and then that night my sister died. And I told my boss after, and they've been so great to me. I told her, I was like, hey, I really thought I was like super prepared to just come in and kick ass and take names and chew bubble gum, and I ran out of bubble gum. And I said, then it just felt like life blindsided me, and I was just swinging blindly to stay in the fight. And so she's been completely awesome about that, helping out. The entire company has been really great and supporting me through every freaking thing. So on the plus side, I become the unofficial QA tester for a lot of products that we've got because I just play with them and I find the bugs. Like, oh yeah, I wonder if I can do this. I find all the weird ass bugs too that they don't even expect. Hope you're able to decompress and stabilize amidst all the chaos. I have been, man. It's just been taking its time. I'm harder on myself than just about anybody else. And I'm like, why is this taking so long? My dad passed away 6 weeks ago. It feels like so much longer. So I have to remind myself what the actual Earth time is and not Blaise perceived brain time. Let me see here. I think this is all pretty good. Let me look at something real quick. We'll look at the last section of this without going too deep into it because I prefer the hack around and find out loop. And so with a base understanding of how MCP is doing everything, it's talking over JSON RPC, everything being executed on the server is just basically in this case, a Python function, and we can supply arguments or no arguments. We can sort out 4 basic things. So I think that's a good explanation here. I work in security and do a lot of app testing, and I always tell people they get security assessments as pen text and QA all in one. That's exactly how it works, man. That is exactly how it works. I did a lot of web apps back in the day, too. I tell people that I hack for free, but I charge for the report. That's why reporting week is the hardest for me, because that's the week I work the hardest, because that's the week that technically gets me paid. What have I been playing these days? I've been playing Darktide, which is a Warhammer 40k game. It's very fun. It's a 4-player game where you're going through, and it's a co-op game, up to 4 players. So if it's just you and another guy, there'll be 2 bots in there. But anyway, and you're going through and you're trying to clear a level out. And I really enjoy it. It's a very fun, you don't have to think super hard. You can turn your brain off and just purge heretics type game. And so I've been leveling up each of my characters, and I've got them just about leveled up. The Ogren is a fun character to play, but it's not my favorite. it's actually my least favorite. I like the other ones better. So my Ogren is the one that's the furthest behind. And unfortunately, it looks like he's going to stay that way because now that I'm done going through the late night binging game circuit again, after Dad passed away, Ogren is unfortunately going to get the shit end of the stick and just be stuck there. By the way, I've been giving myself too many passes on the swear jar. There we go. It actually should be like closer to 33. Let me see if I can do that again. Hang on. I don't remember if I'm affected by the timer. Nope, I'm not. There we go. I was 3 behind there. I'm not pooping laughing. I'm right here. Let's see. All right, so real quick, let me look at this end-to-end project example they've got, and then we'll actually go hop over into Playwright. Found a game called Turing Complete that's pretty fun. Is related to digital circuits like logic gates and adders. There was another one. I think I have Turing Complete. There was another fun logic game. It reminded me a lot of Portal. I don't remember the name of it. You play like a robot trying to escape a simulation, but doesn't know it's a simulation. What the name of that game was? It didn't bother me. Yeah, it's like it's one of those like interactive. You're troubleshooting without the portal gun. The portal gun is good. Yes, Talos Principle fault. Yes, thank you. That was a pretty fun game. Splitgate 1/2 is like a Halo and Portal had a love child. Oh, that sounds sick. I want to try that. All right, let's look at this design real quick. So for the server side, we're going to have a serving up one tool. We're going to have a host with the client on it. So server side uses Gradio to create a web interface and an MCP server via the GR interface, implements a sentiment analysis tool on a text blob, exposes a tool through both HTTP and MCP. Okay. On our client side, that's over here, they're going to use Hugging Face or create a small agents Python client. I love that it's small agents. And then for the deployment, they're going to deploy it to a Hugging Face. Okay, actually, maybe I don't want to go through this entire thing. Because there will be other explanations on specifically how to set up something like fast MCP. So I'm not going to worry about this just yet. This clown really hosts a hacking stream and pretends not to expect people to abuse his poop command. As long as it's only the command you're using. Alright, let's see here. So this guy's using Playwright. This was actually the whole purpose of that MCP crash course right there was to see about getting Playwright set up so we'll have a fully controllable browser to basically do human simulated interactions to these CTFs. Because like I said, probably 95% of them, the entry point is a web application. And in fact, some of the CTFs that I'm going to write, that's going to be the same thing. The entry point is going to be some kind of vulnerability in a web app. So we're going to work, for our very first example, it's going and dropping a web shell onto the server. And all the explanations that came back from the language model were explaining it as if it was a human interacting with it. And so I thought, rather than fighting that, this is something we're going to need later on. We're going to see how we can do this. Bobby came into the stream last night and suggested we use Playwright. So then that sent us down the MCP rabbit hole. So now we're going to see how we might be able to integrate this over to setting up our own little MCP server to host Playwright. And then we'll try to make it real quick, a little scalable so we can just throw new tools in there. The poop command has a timeout herring. I did think about that. It's rate limited, but not ACL'd. Yes, only attacking the command. Some targets are just too hot. Let's see. So in this post, we're going to explore how the Playwright MCP in agent mode. Wait, it already has it in it? Really? Can autonomously navigate to your app, discover keys, functionalities, generate runnable tests, no manual scripting required. So we'll walk through a live demo generating and running a test against Movies app, highlighting how MCP uncovers edge cases, builds coverage, and even surfaces bugs you might miss. So for this demo, I've got an MCP Playwright server running locally inside VS Code project. The project file called mcp.json. Wait, how did he set this up? Let me see. Running locally inside my .vs Code project folder. All right. Trying and failing, but to keep all the peeps straight. No, laughing. I am not going to DEF CON this year. I may consider going next year. With everything going on, I'm glad I didn't even attempt trying to like book hotels and stuff like that. I will actually be traveling what is that? For the week of August 11th, we will not have a new stream that week also, because I'm going to be up in Seattle. So if anybody is in the Seattle area, let me know. We'll get together and hang out. I'm going to be there from the 11th to the 14th. I leave on the 15th. Local group is disjoining from DC. Really? I know there was some people were getting butthurt because they thought that the DEF CON groups were like getting disallowed. But my understanding was they're just saying, hey, you should stop using area codes because that naming convention doesn't make sense anymore, right? Like, for example, here in Dallas, we have DC 214 because 214 used to be the Dallas primary area code. But the whole Metroplex grew by 3 million people in the last 5 years. It's just been huge. So 214 doesn't really make any sense for it. DC Dallas does make more sense. I prepared a sample test prompt, which is located in my GitHub folder. I then use VS Code. Oh, then in VS Code, I use agent mode to make sure my prompt is added to the context. All right. I don't know what he's talking about here. Agent mode uses the Playwright MCP to navigate to the site and use the browser to explore the app like a real user. So the goal is let the agent freely navigate, discover functionality, and generate tests automatically based on its interactions. This actually would be really cool to do because I think once we integrate this in and into the tool list, it'll be very interesting to see because part of the task that we have Hackbot do for the example is to go through and basically look at the web app and examine it and figure out where certain hitting things are. It'll be interesting to see how it changes it. All right, so once the agent starts exploring, the first thing it tries is the search feature. It tries Star Wars, types Star Wars into the search bar, and immediately we uncover a bug. So the search result for Star Wars, but the movie title returned is Kill. That's clearly wrong. What? This is an edge case I hadn't noticed in manual testing. So I previously searched terms like Garfield, Deadpool, Avengers. Everything worked fine. But now, thanks to the agent's autonomous behavior, I uncovered a regression. Okay. How's he doing this? Let's see here. So after wrapping up the interactions, the agent summarized its findings. Homepage, search functionality, movie details, theme toggle, navigation. So from that list, it selects search functionality as the focus for the test it will generate. So you can tell the agent how many tests it wants. In this case, I requested just one for the demo. I don't know how he's actually doing this in VS Code, and I'm not really using VS Code, so I'm not worried about it. But hold on, he did just tell me something, though. Playwright, does it already have... Let me look at actually Playwright real fast. Wait, is this from Microsoft? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Let's see. MCP protocol server that provides browser automation capabilities using Playwright. So the server enables language models to interact with web pages through secure accessibility. Requirements are Node.js 18 or newer. Gross. VS Code, Cursor, Windsurfer, Claude Desktop, or any other MCP client. We're going to make our own. Oh, I see. That's why he was doing this with .vs Code, because he was using VS Code as the MCP client. Got it. Got it, got it, got it, got it. So now, okay, understanding that, so we already have an MCP for it, so this guy built a Docker container for it. This project provides a Docker Compose environment to run Playwright MCP server and allows easy setup and manage the Playwright MCP server using Breeze with clients, whatever. Let's go take a look at this. What is our... Let's look at a Docker file first off, because I always like to see what they're doing with this. They didn't leave because of the naming. I think they had to do it with some changes that DC made with regards to some policy changes that was not in line with the group's view. I don't know the specifics, I just saw that a few of the local ones were doing that. Yeah, that's kind of what else I've heard also, man. Blaise made his own in a cave with the box of scraps. Dude, I wish I was as smart as Tony Stark. That'd be sick. If I ever get Hackbot to where it's like very successful and like having a good time with it, then yeah, I'll make a Hackbot t-shirt with that on there. Built in a cave with a box of scraps. Oh, look at this. So they actually already have a pre-made Docker container for this, so that's easy enough. So all he's doing is setting up a working dir, setting what the default run is, or basically the run to do the install, do the Playwright install for Chrome so we have a browser, setting up the entry point, and then setting that as the entry point. So what does he do for the entry point? Let's see. So we have basically a setup of the port. We add headless if the headless environment variable is true. Let's see. Yeah, so basically very simple. And then exec is he does npx to the MCP with the args, and then whatever our command is going to be. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's look at the Docker Compose real fast here. Me when I'm not as smart as a fictional genius. I know, right? What? Ligatures? What? What do you mean? You talking about the arrow? Oh, man, getting fancy over here. Ligatures. You need to calm down with them big words, sir. So we're going to do this headless. Oh, so we're using the env file here. Where's the env sample? Oh, there it is. I'm blind. So yeah, we want to run this headless. I'm not even concerned about that. So here's our host. Okay. This is actually really straightforward. I love this. This is great. That's what I figured it was. I just never heard that called a ligature before. That's what this guy is using in here. All he's done is he's just done a little bit of wrapping around. And this is why I always, if you're going to go download a Docker, like a Docker setup from like GitHub, one thing you want to do is come through and read the Docker file and make sure that you know what it's doing. Because if you think about it, that Docker container, that image, really is almost, you can think of it like an executable with subparts inside of it. You can put malware inside of a Docker container, you know, so that's why I came through and I was reading through here, seeing what it's doing. He's literally using the Playwright MCP container, just setting up a directory, doing an npm install, setting up the Chrome dependencies. He does a chmod. He copies the entry point. Shell, that's what I was thinking, like a ligature, like a tendon. That was my thought. I was like, what? That's why I was so confused. Another reason, Bobby, I was thinking about using this. Also, hey, Bobby, what's up, man? Is with this Docker Compose, we can also then have Playwright MCP come in. We will have another further Docker environment. So another service we'll add is eventually RoboPages will probably just be a service that happens in here. And then what we'll do is Hackbot will just spin up Docker Compose and then be able to manage the services. So, for example, if we need to restart Robo Pages because our agent goes and generates a new YAML file, so we have a custom tool, we just tell it, hey, go Docker Compose restart the Robo Pages service, let it power cycle, reload everything from disk, and then bam, we've got our new tool available. I'm right as usual. Hold on. So yes, there's so a ligature is what? When you combine two or more characters? Two or more graph memes. That's what that looks. You can't convince me. That says graph memes. Or letters are joined to form a single glyph. There's one that, oh gosh, what was it? What's this bucket? Tiberius absolutely loves. And it's like an exclamation point and a question mark together. Personally, I find these offensive to my English sensibility. Nah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, but see, like, if I go search for ligature, right? There's a couple other things. Language, medicine, music. I was thinking the medical one. This is what I was thinking. Interrobang! Yes. It's such a funny symbol. This looks like something that would be like if the Riddler got a hold of Bane's serum. This is what it would be. Riddler Bane. That would be his symbol on his costume. That's what that looks like. Because he wants to ask questions, but he's also roided out. Hey Fuzzy, what's up, man? Thanks for going online. Welcome in, and happy Sunday. Dude, okay. Riddler noticing you in Metal Gear? Yeah, exactly. Actually, since I've been playing with a little bit of AI art generation stuff, I'm going to go see if I can make that now. I'm going to give it a picture of Riddler and Bane and tell it, merge these two with an interrobang on his chest. So in Spanish, would the interrobang also be upside down at the beginning of the sentence? Possibly. I think so. Had ACL surgery at the beginning of the year. That sucked. Dude, I believe it, man. I was fairly convinced I was going to need surgery on my back. I thought I was going to have like a full disc replacement. But thankfully, that was not the case. And it's been recuperating. I've noticed, though, also, if I do not get enough sleep, my back starts hurting a lot worse. So, again, another reason to fix my sleep schedule. So, let's see. Let me go take a look at something real quick. So he's using a particular Docker container. So if we look at the Docker file, it tells us exactly which one he's using. That's kind of not what I wanted. I didn't want to go to HTTP. I wanted to search for this. So which one was he using here? He's using Playwright tag 151.1 Noble. Sorry. Here's the tags. Where's the... I see the overview. Where's the various tags, though? So what is this, just a placeholder for their actual Docker hub? I guess so. That's so odd. So it's on Docker hub, but it's talking about pulling it from the container registry from Microsoft. Tags are not on a need-to-know basis. They should be like more or less publicly available. You could, if you had your own container registry, I mean, I guess hide them. Microsoft MCR. I actually did not realize they actually had their own container registry. Gee, thanks, Microsoft. MCR Playwright. I just wanted to take a look at the container real fast. MCR pooped the bed. Yeah, I know, right? I'm not pooping laughing. I just wanted to take a look at the container. I mean, I'm less skittish about it considering it is coming from Microsoft. I like what they're doing here. So we're gonna try this one out as like our first test base, because like I said, what we'll do is we're eventually gonna build all this Docker Compose for the various components, and then when Hackbot boots up, it will just start the Docker Compose, and then bam, its entire environment comes up. I'll probably do some more refining to that as well, because when we get ready to do the post-exploitation agent, I'll have Cody, the guy who wrote Mythic C2, back on, and we'll talk about some of the internal structures. It'll be a chance for you guys to ask questions about anything you want to know on Mythic, or give feedback. He is super open to feedback and fixes stuff all the time. The man is a machine. So when we get him on, we'll look at that. Let's see. Chain using MCP. Okay, cool. So let's see here. So we have a LangChain MCP adapters module here. Just like so. So we import multi-server MCP client. Wait, is this for being the server? No, this is for our client. Hold on, I don't like this. This is actually one of my big beefs with how they do some of the documentation for LangChain, is they'll do something like this. So they'll say the client is an MCP server client with this stuff in it, right? I was like, okay, I get it that this is like a real simple bootstrapping example, but it's not explaining a lot of what's going on with this. I want to know, hey, how do I tell it to go connect to a particular port and then provide this functionality to it? They can help you with the writing to disk issue. What issue you have? I'm so lost. That's just a day that ends in Y, though. I don't want to create my own MCP server. I want to have an MCP client. Hey, Bork, what's up, man? Thanks for coming online, and happy Sunday. That's okay, guys. Give me 1 second. I need to go get some water. I've already finished off my Jocko drink. Not sponsored. There it is. Not sponsored by Jocko yet. Working on it. But I need to get some water, so I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Back and hydrated. Just in time. Let's kick it. Yep, there we are. Oh, the sharpen thing. Let's see. I want to write to mythic files instead of writing to disk on the agent's host. Oh, yes. Okay. Did you find that out? Because I want to say there was, I think, a way to do that with Sharphound specifically, where rather than writing all the files to disk, it would write them to memory and then I think dump them to standard out so you could capture it. I want to say that was. Solution is to just bop it, but I don't want to. I feel that. Yeah, but I think the Docker Compose method is going to be a good way forward, because, and even if we wanted to orchestrate it and make it a little bit more, everything will probably just be slammed into a single Docker Compose for now. Maybe we'll make that to make we'll modify that to make it a little bit more modular. I have not quite decided yet how I want to do that, because the whole purpose of this was eventually to make this a very modular system. Right now we're working on functionality. We're going to add modularity into it as the functionality becomes a little bit more robust. They talk about each of the specific browser functionalities that it could expose to the playwright. Oh, nice. Let's go look at that. That is the absolute wrong browser. Yeah. Sweet. Hey, Gusto. Shadowhound options allow for keeping the cache in memory, but I don't know about the actual output. Okay, I remembered it was something like that, Laughing. But I haven't had to use that. I've never used Sharphound for collection. Typically, if you're going to be working with something like that, you use actually like Boffhound, which is really kind of a crap name because it's not actually a Boff. Boffhound is designed to take the output from other beacon object files that you execute in your C2 agent and then put them into a Bloodhound compatible format. Oh, looks like this is the old repo. Here we go. So yeah, so Boffhound is a bit of a misnomer because it's not a Boff and it's not Sharphound. It just takes output from other beacon object files like LDAP search from those Boffs, puts them into Sharphound, into a Bloodhound format, so you can then go put it into like Bloodhound CE and be able to do queries against it. It's for a lot more low levels. And in fact, I want to say Rostamouse actually built this into the latest revision of RTO. So I don't quote me on that, but I'm fairly certain he did when I was digging through there. Yeah, Coffee Gist and Twism. He's a funny dude. So we can click close browser, browser console messages. We can drag the mouse. So there's available tools here. Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see. Hold on, let me look at these tools here. Browser, can we have it render the DOM for us? Well, depending on how long this takes us, Laughing, you might be able to just ask Cody for his suggestions. So one of the reasons why Cody has done such phenomenal work on Mythic is because Cody was an operator for several years and knows the pain points of things like Cobalt Strike. Let's see, press a key, resize, select options, snapshot tab. I'm surprised this does not have anything for like rendering the DOM, like checking the source code of the page. Because there's other things I would like to be able to go check in here. Like, for example, did they accidentally leave map files on?
So if you're not familiar with this, whenever you're writing a JavaScript front end in something like Vue or React, what's going to happen is it's going to transpile those into raw JavaScript. So then if you're trying to troubleshoot it, it's like trying to troubleshoot without any kind of translation method. So what you do, what the transpilers do, is they create this .map file. So for example, if the script you're running on the web page was script min.js, all you do is see if they accidentally shipped the map file by default. So it's typically the same JavaScript file name with .map appended to the end. What this does is when you combine that JavaScript file with the map file, you can actually reconstruct the original source code for the page, all the way down to including the comments in the code. You can restore the entire original code. So you can find some really interesting stuff in there. I haven't found anything that was egregiously bad from sites that exposed map files. I had one bank, even though it didn't expose anything horrendous, they were appalled that they had accidentally shipped that to production. So it's a real easy fix too. It's a default setting. It's one of those automagical helpful ones. So looking for stuff like that, I think would be kind of handy. So I like that we can click, we can close, we can navigate forward, list our network request. But one of the things I'm surprised we can't get is we can get a page snapshot. But I'm surprised we can't just like get a copy of the DOM. Even though it would probably be a ginormous like clustercluck in here. I'm excited for the new RTO and lucked out procrastinating on my exam. I know, right? I don't care about having taken the old versus the new exam. One and done, baby. Maybe I'll go take the new one for fun, just to go see what it's like. Generate playwright test? Oh, they did have that in there. Neat. What does the generate playwright test do? Generates a playwright test for a given scenario. Tool is read-only. It does not modify its environment. Interesting. Well, let's go see how we can get this guy going. So let me go grab this, and let's go clone this over into the lab environment here. Oh, you know what I just realized? I never started the SSH session. Yeah, we are. Patch. There we go. Let's see. I think, do I want to clone this directly in here, or should I put this into... Should I put this into like a particular folder? I tell you what, I'm not going to put it into here just yet. What I'm going to do is we'll just get a local copy of it, and we'll run it outside of... We're going to run it outside of the Hackbot context right now, and then we'll integrate it later, just for testing purposes. Let's go ahead and do that. I think one of the things I need to do before I do that is I need to go commit all the code I've written. So let's go do that real quick. Let's see. Oh God, what have I updated? I've updated so much. I haven't done any recent commits. Yep, do want to ignore that. Yeah, I want that. What about the exec YAML? I'm not going to commit that change just yet. Exploitation agent, I definitely want all those changes. What are we changing GoBuster? Yeah, I forgot about this. We've literally got this hard-coded right now. I guess I will commit this one.
Hack the planet!
Hack the planet! What's up, Hack the Planet? How you doing, man? Hey, Frozen. What if you could use small agents from Hugging Face for this project? Seems like a ton of flexibility to do whatever you wanted. I actually not looked at small agents. Hang on, let me finish doing this commit real fast, and then we'll go look at it. Did I delete this file? That it's grayed out. I'm not going to worry about that either. Let's see. Host update, language model helpers, output formatters, prompts, recon agent, state, stinger, tasking, tester I don't care about, and the to-do. Yep. Let's see. Expanding all the things. Stuff is likely broken. Exploit agent is bunk. What's wrong with the to-do file? Yeah, commit and review anyway. Push. All right. All the current code is now live up on GitHub. Apologies, I have not been pushing the code regularly. All right. Hey, Shinobi, what's up, dude? I love the happy hackers. That is my second favorite emote after the Cookie Monster. The legally distinct Cookie Monster. All right, let's see here. Do we have Docker dash compose in here, or is it? I think we're actually using the. Yeah, we're using the updated version of Docker. Let me see. Let me just exit out of this one so I have some more working room. Let's see. So we need to copy the env sample to our env file. No. Then let's go ahead and vim our env file real fast. Let's see. So we do want it running a headless. We're going to be running on port 8931. Okay. PR inbound to change all semicolons to Greek question marks. Get wrecked, son. All right. I don't think we actually need to change anything in the env file. I think we're good there. Nerd! Shut up, baby. I know it. Let's see if there's anything else we need to do here. I don't think so. See if we can just get it running up here. Where are we? Let me go ahead and rename this window. We're going to call this Playwright. And let's see. It should just be Docker compose. So we'll let it pull down these Docker containers. Let me go take a look at small agents real fast. I have not looked at that. All kinds of things popping into my head. So here's a gist code example combining the browser use agent and Playwright together with LangChain. Ooh, nice.
Caution. A virus has been detected.
0 RioByte virus detected in the network.
Gotta type cookie. Gotta type cookie to stop the virus. Hey, Oreo, what's up, bro? Let's see. A browser use agent. Interesting. Take a look at how they're doing this. Let's see. So they're using LangChain, browser use agent, and what's good over here, dude? So Oreo, we ran into a problem last night where let me pull this up real quick. So our speculative exploitation agent is starting to finally function, right? Let me bring these over here. So what we've got is we have this like exploitation testing loop that happens. Bring this over. So these guys, actually I'm gonna bring it over like this. So this basically executes in a loop. So our exploitation agent finds out the information about the target. We plan out the steps for the exploit, and then we actually iterate over those steps. and we make revisions based on errors or failures, and then we continue back through the loop until finally it looks like it's done. Then we pass it back to the exploitation agent. As we're looking at this, though, one thing that's happening is the planner is trying to write the instructions for planting the web shell as a human would do it. It's saying like, click here, navigate there, do this, do that. So there were two ways forward with this. One way was we have another thing in here that says, basically like a step translator. Translate this from a human step to like a machine step. How would you do this with a tool that's available, anything like that? The other option was we actually take these steps and then we go add a new tool where we can actually interact with a browser. So that's what we were investigating. And since I've been putting off digging into MCP because I haven't needed it, we just did a crash course on MCP to figure out the various interactive pieces. And now we're going to be looking at how we can integrate all those together and make an agent that can use the browser with what we're doing. So Bobby just sent over a really cool little gist on how to integrate that with LangChain. So remember, LangChain handles how we're going to interact with all the various language models and prompting. LangGraph is actually what lets us build these flows and everything together. So everything from Stinger, where we actually have the parent graph of Stinger calling recon, enumeration, exploitation, eventually postx. All these are different graphs that get handled. This entire part here is all in LangGraph. So we're using LangChain to talk to the language model. We're using LangGraph to handle state management and passing data between all these nodes. So this right here will be a specific example of how to do it with LangChain, but it's a very small jump from integrating from LangChain over to LangGraph from there. Let's see what they're doing here. So they import this. We have system prompt. Define important rules. Let's see. Return. Super important rules. All right, that's funny. Let's see. Main. So agent. Go to grep.app and look for API keys related to OpenAI using this regex. Click on .star to activate a regex search. Bring me the valid keys and associate repository in a JSON format. Okay. Cool. So how are we doing this? So he defines his LLM. He gets a system prompt. The browser he defines as a browser object, which comes from browser use agent. Browser.browser. What did he got that from? Anyway. Wait, where's he actually executing this at? Oh, he's defining this as the agent here. So the agent actually comes from browser use here. So this is kind of like a wrapper on how to actually use the individual pieces, but I need to know what the individual pieces are. How am I liking the project so far? I'm liking it a lot, dude. We're making such good progress. But again, this is what's going to be expected, right? We hit roadblocks. We're going to detour off of the main development path to go add in shoring functionality, extensibility. In this case, the extensibility we need to add in is we need an actual browser that the agent can interact with. So I like what he's doing here. I just don't know where he's actually getting this browser use agent. Bobby, do you know what he's referencing for this? So the logic you're looking for is abstracted away by the browser use agent piece. It's using this from GitHub. Okay, let's go take a look at it real fast. Browser use. Enable AI to control your browser. That doesn't sound like Skynet waiting to happen. Right, let's see. So in this case, he's using browser use. He's got Playwright going. And here's how we spit up the agent here. So From browser use, he imports agent. Agent, we pass it a task and a language model. Okay. We can add our various API keys to it. Okay. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a neat demo. Somebody may actually already have this kind of integrated in here. Let me think. Actually, tell you what, never mind. Before I do that, let me go look back at this example here of where he's actually using this. So we have our chat open AI. That's where he defines the language model. Oh, so literally all he's doing is defining the language model here and then passing that language model to the agent. Okay. I see where he's going with this. Very interesting. Okay, so we might just need to add this to the project. Let's go take a look through the code real quick here. Let's look for anywhere he's referencing playwright. He actually has a Docker file set up for it, so what if we might be able to just use that and then kind of sub it into a different compose? We might not need the playwright MCP. Let's look at his Docker file real quick. Where is that? Let's see, so here's all of our labels. And he wrote a very extensive Docker file. Build the shell command. So what we're going to do is run pipefall, error exit, error trace. What's he, actually, let me go back. What is he using as the base here? So he's using Python 3.12 Slim as the base. Going to echo a lot of stuff in here to kind of pre-configure it. Does he reference playwright in here? So install base dependencies for and backports. Let's see. And he gets deep in this sucker, doesn't he? Wonder how it would be to add, if not working, trying something else into the bot, or kind of like a stealth function that prevents the bots from doing certain things if it's more of a red team focus. That will come into play, I think, a little bit later. Stealth is probably not going to be a large or any kind of recent enhancement to this system. It's not going to be really intended to take the place of like doing hardcore red teaming. At best, potentially penetration testing. In actuality, it's meant to go play hack the box and try hack me. That's really it. This is one of the most extensive Docker files I've ever seen. I mean, Augusta. How do we make this work? So this is its own Python environment with its own set of goodies in here. So we'd have to go set up. It needs to be basically set up alongside Playwright. Hmm. Chat versus Hackbot CTF battle. That would be funny. It actually gets through pretty quick. Let me look at something real quick. Like, if we go back to our trace projects, it gets to the exploitation agent. Let's see if we can look at an example here. When's the last time I ran Stinger? We ran exploits so many times last night. So this must have been when because this was last night when I bootstrapped it. The total runtime for Stinger, being the entire execution, was less than 3 minutes. So in 3 minutes, it found the exploit and it was already grabbing a web shell and getting prepared to start exploiting it. So it's working pretty fast. Not sure if you can stream Hat the Box Battlegrounds, but it'd be pretty fun to watch Hackbot beat people on King of the Hill. That would be kind of fun, actually. But we're still a ways off from that. You gotta think, we're still working on solving the simplest room on Try Hack Me possible, right? That would be quite a ways off. And remember, I only really work on this on the weekends. It only gets about 6 hours of dev time a week. But we made really great progress in that few 6 hours. Wait, hold on. I didn't want to close that. Go back. Oh, let's think about this. Did some nerd already do this? Browser use MCP. Let's see. Not sure if you'd ever set up a bot for attack and defend. Oh, no idea, man. To be quite frank, the defense side is so much more difficult than the offensive side. Because there is a ton of work that has to go into preparing the defensive side. Let me see what this guy's got going on. AI-driven browser automation server implementing MCP for natural language browser control and web search. Also uses CLI access to its core functionality. If we did not need to... Basically, I would like Hackbot to be able to run its own code base and then anything else outside of its own code base to be run inside of a container. That is kind of the architectural decision here. So having browser use come in and handle certain events is not really optimal because then we're swelling the code base up a ton when we do that. For the most part, like if we go look at Hack the Bot, like if we look at the Pi project, the dependencies are not very much, and even some of these I don't need anymore. The Python lib nmap, we don't actually need that anymore. Let's see, we will need argparse eventually. We're not using it right now. LangGraph CLI, retry. This is really all it needs. That's a pretty short list of dependencies, and I'd like to keep the core of Hackbot limited like that. Everything else shuffled off into Docker containers. Trying to think, like even this right here, the LangChain community. I don't know if we're actually using that dependency. I think that one could probably go. Originally, this was in here so that we could go pull prompts from the LangChain community system, but we've been crafting our own. We don't actually need that. And if worse comes to worse, we just go look up the prompts. We use those as a baseline to craft ours. .env we need. lib nmap I don't think we actually need anymore. OpenAI we don't technically need right now. I'm going to want it later because right now everything is running through Anthropic. Eventually there will be options for other language models in here. That's why that was initially in here. Yeah, so the core dependencies are very, very minimal for Hackbot right now. Let's see how this is working. It's critical information about working with code base. Follow these guidelines precisely. So if we could go spin this up in a Docker container, this might be something we could do. So install UV. So we could have something with UV come in and install everything. We could import, basically install Playwright. Let's see. So we add a server configuration for something like Claude Desktop. Server exposes the following tools via MCP. So run browser agent, run deep research. Performs in-depth web research on a topic, generates a report, and waits for completion. So really, this is the only one that we need. If we could make use of this. I don't really want to go spin up my own MCP server for this. Let me think. What might be the best way forward for this? Let's kind of spitball this a bit. Pull up the blackboard of knowledge here. So what we need is we're going to have Hackbot kind of sitting over here running its own code. What would be the ideal situation is if we have an MCP server set up over here that this exposes browser use. Right. This would be browser use. We could have our connection to MCP. This whole thing right here will essentially be running inside of Docker. I wrote Pocker. The question is, how could we make this work? In theory, it'd be nice if browser use also had its own browser kind of built into it, which Playwright does handle. We've got Playwright kind of sitting in as a subdependency too here. So really what we need, I think this might actually work. We just would have to go build our own Docker container for it. Not such a big deal. Ability to connect to and control a user land Chromium instance via Chrome DevTools protocol. Access core agent functionalities. Let's see, what else do we need here? So if we could actually go set up, I think that might be the way forward with this. Look at something on this real quick. Where is Let's look at their env example. Like, what kind of environment variables are we expected to pass here? MCP language model provider. I think you can do a headless browser from the CLI with Playwright. This does add a lot more complexity to the code base, though, so I see why it's not really ideal that we'd prefer to stay in the LangChain tooling ecosystem. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out how to exactly make this work. So browser use itself here, right? Browser use is good, except it looks like it is mostly intended to be used as an integration to your code base. Let's see if there's any other options we can find for this. Let's see. Python browser use agent, Playwright, MCP, Docker, compose. Even if it's a compose, I'm good with that. See what this guy's got. LobHub. I've never actually heard of LobHub. It is in languages. So we can just run the server here. So if we did this, one of the things I don't like about it is we would be offloading some of the language model calls outside of the LangChain ecosystem. Really, all I wanted to do is provide tools. I wanted to provide tooling that can be sent over to... Maybe that's just a hit we're going to have to take. The downside to this is we lose a lot of visibility into what's happening. Because right now, like with the traces, right? I come over here, I can see exactly everything that executed. This is one of the main key features for figuring out everything that's happening is the native built-in tracing that we can see in Langsmith. Which, by the way, I'm using the free version. This is the free version of Langsmith. You can get an enterprise account. I'm using a free one, and it has been phenomenal for going through and tracing and figuring out exactly where things went off the rails and troubleshooting them and fixing them. This is another extension to it called the LangGraph Studio. This is for working with LangGraph, and we can come in here, we can see where everything's executing and how it's doing it. It's just been awesome. Restructure these nodes a bit. Oh, let me think. How do I want to do this? Let me go look at this code again. Actually, hold on, go back. I want to look at the UV file. The lock file. I want to see what their packages they're using. Oh, I think I realized why. This has to make its own AI calls because when it renders the page, it is going to send basically a screenshot of the page over to one of these language models to find its targets to go click on it. That's what's going to happen. Let me look at the Pi project here. So we're using Pydantic, MCP, Typer, browser use, paperclip, JSON repair. We are using LangChain in here. You know what? If we're using LangChain, oh, this is a beatdown. Because if this is using LangChain and we could go incorporate this into our own... Damn. Urgh. So one of the kickers here, if we bite the bullet, we go expand out what we're doing. Okay, here's the next question. Let's think about it this way. If we look at the design architecture again, right? So if Hackbot, instead of doing this design architecture, let's clear this out real quick. So here's kind of like our first option. The other option is that we have Hackbot here. Hackbot has a subdependency of browser use. But over here in Docker land, what we have is we actually have the Docker container serving up. So we don't actually need to, we wouldn't need to use MCP in this case, but we actually have Docker serving up something like Playwright. So then what we have is we have Playwright as a Docker container serving up the DevTools port so that these two can connect to each other. The benefit to doing it this way, because browser use is making use of all the LangChain stuff, it already integrates to all of our tooling, which means it would integrate into the traces and we'd be able to see exactly what it was doing, how it was executing, and the reasoning it took to find whatever we tell it to in the browser. Oh, that's tough. This is my preferred way, but I also don't want to sacrifice splitting this out over into Docker versus losing visibility. Having visibility into exactly what it's doing and why it's thinking the way it is very crucial. Otherwise, we're not going to know where to error correct as we start tackling more complex CTFs. All right. I think this is probably the way forward right here. I think this is probably what we should do. I think so. Before we take this route, this is the key, this green line. We need to make sure that we will be able to stand up Playwright and get browser use connected over to it. So let's take a look at that real fast. Browser use agent, remote Playwright. So you could use Playwright to control a remote browser instance, allowing you to use it as an agent for web browsing, data scraping, and automated tasks. How it works. So the Playwright library is a robust library, yada, yada, yada. Let's look at the docs for browser use here. So the agent has two base settings here, which is we pass it a task and a language model. Now the question is, can we instantiate the agent to connect to a remote system? So by default, browser use launches its own built-in browser using Playwright Chromium. You can also connect to a remote browser. That's what I want. Or pass any of the following existing Playwright objects to the agent: page, browser context. Nice. Nice. Awesome. I think this is what we want. So we can pass it a process ID, an executable path, a channel, page, browser context, a browser object, which I think CDP in this case, I keep thinking that Cisco Discovery Protocol from back in my Cisco networking days. I think that's Chrome Dev. I think that's Chrome DevTools Protocol. Yeah. Dude, my spelling, my typing has been absolutely just garbage. Hot garbage. What is WSS? Service offers a playwright for running playwright tests, particularly those utilizing WebSocket connections in a cloud environment. Don't think we'll need that one here. I think if we were to come through and set up playwright, we don't need we won't need MCP for this. However, if we set up playwright, yeah, I think that would work. So we just have a browser kind of set up there. We initialize a browser session. Oh, okay. So actually, these are, I see here. This is set up for the browser sessions right there. Cool. Now, the good thing about this is this actually might be very helpful for some of the stuff I'm getting ready to start working on off stream, or some Azure and AWS stuff where we might need to do some pwnage through browsers. Nice. I think we could make this work. In fact, we actually already have a place for this in the code base. Specialty agents. We do have a web exploitation agent that was there kind of just as a placeholder, but one of the specialty agents for this is we could have a browser agent. Yes, Daddy likes. Okay. So I just made a quick note there. What we're going to do is playwright. This is going to be over here, and we'll say this is Docker Compose. Can't type. That'll be Docker Compose there. Very cool. All right, so let's start with this. So what we're going to need to do... Actually, let me bring this back up. So let's kind of think about the steps here. So what we'll need is we need to set up... We're going to need a playwright Docker container. Actually, what I want to do is set that up as a compose. So we'll go set us up a playwright Docker compose. We'll have to ensure that CDP is exposed. Once that is up, what we'll do is we will add browser use to Hackbot. And then we'll craft our specialty agent. Extra special agent. There we go. That's how I think that's how we're going to tackle this right now. Nice. All right, so let's start with the Docker container first. Which actually, we already copied that down, didn't we? We had the MCP running. Look at the Docker compose here. That's our MCP port. That's what the easier thing to do is let's go look in the repository. Let's see. Do we have any references to CDP in here? There we go. We only had those two? So that's the endpoint for connecting to an existing browser. Let's see here. Playwright, Docker, container, expose, CDP. So instead of running directly running your Playwright test, you'll need to start Playwright browser within the Docker container, expose it. Let's see. Oh, is that it? We just need to set the remote debugging port? That doesn't look. Let's go look for this in here. Really, I don't know if we even need Playwright for this. What we need is a Chromium. We need a Docker container capable of running headless Chromium that can expose the CDP. Let's look for that. Headless Chromium Docker container. Expose CDP. Headless Shell project provides multi-arch container images containing Chrome's Headless Shell, a slimmed-down version of Chrome that is useful for driving, profiling, and testing web pages. Let's see. I notice everybody's really getting onto Podman as opposed to Docker, but it's not really an issue for me. Maybe one day it will be and it'll bite me in the butt. However, not worried about it right now. We have our Docker file here. Yeah, I think we could do this. Let's go look at this real quick over in Docker IO. Really? What if what's come on. Hey Pavan, thanks for coming online. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. I want to go find the Docker container image real quick. I just want to see what tags are available. See, this is what I was looking for earlier when we were looking at the Playwright MCP. It wasn't hosted on Docker Hub. Like, notice how this one, we do Docker pull, it immediately goes to Docker Hub. The other one was pulling from Microsoft's container registry, so it was a bit different. I think probably what we'll do is we'll target stable for this. We'll get the latest stable release. We don't want the absolute latest. So I think what we'll do is we'll go build us up a Docker Compose for this real quick. We'll add this as a service. Hang on, I need to check something. I got to go into OPSEC mode real quick here. Okay. I was working on some code that I didn't want broadcast out to the public just yet. So I had to make sure that when I opened VS Code, it wasn't just gonna blast it out to everybody. Let's do this. Let's make this a Docker component. We will want that. What was that Docker to? I forgot about Selenium. Keep it in your back pocket in case all else fails. Sounds like you could check out the boxes. I actually forgot about Selenium as well, even though I was thinking about it earlier. I mean, really, we're going to be doing a bit of the same thing. So Selenium allows your Python to go control it. Whereas browser use is kind of doing the exact same thing, except it's going to be language model empowered when it does. Go find that again. Because I never remember how to set up Docker Compose files. Here we go. Bring this over here. There we go. So what we're going to do is, rather than playwright, I'm just going to use this as the base and we're going to modify it. Anyways, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see here. Let's clean this up just a bit. Let's go set our container name. There we go. I want... Well, I don't want Docker pull, but that should be our container here. Correctly. So we'll change this because we don't need the MCP port. In fact, we're just going to set these. I do actually like the idea of having the env file in there. I think I want to set this. Hold on, I got to zoom this out just a wee bit. That's just a little bit too chunky. Actually, you know what? Let me go look at something again with Playwright MCP real fast. Because Playwright MCP should have its own. It should have its own copy of Chromium in there. Let me check his entry point here real fast. So he's using this container from, so he's using the Playwright container. So he uses the Playwright container, he installs Playwright MCP on top of that. The Playwright container setup. See, this is what I was talking about. It pisses me off is even though it's on Docker Hub, it doesn't list actually what is in the Playwright. Playwright can automate user interactions in Chromium, Firefox, WebKit browsers. That's what it sounds like. So then all we need to do is make sure that we can adjust things to expose CDP where we can connect over to it, and we can have browser use connect to it. And this is why I wish I could go read the Docker file. So you can run Playwright server in Docker while keeping your tests running on the host or another machine. That's not what I want. I want you to run it. I mean, we don't necessarily need to do that anyway. We could just go set it up. I'm probably overcomplicating this. But hold on, build your own image. How do I do this? That's it. Okay. That's pretty much it. So they're using this basing off of Node 20 Bookworm. That's what they're doing. Yeah, that would make sense because here they're using Node 20. Actually, from here in the documentation, they were using Node 20. This is using Node 22. The question is, this Node 22 Bookworm? Well, actually, they've got two things happening here. So they're starting with the base container, right? And then they build the code. And then from base as browser, install no shell Chromium. Let's see, browser is downloaded only when the module or Playwright system dependencies change. Cache is reused only when source code changes. Yep. Did I really just miss the Docker file outright in this? I sure did. It was just right there staring me in the face. I'm an idiot. So if that's the case, yeah, they are installing Chromium. They're getting it set up and running. So they're running CLI JS, running headless browser. So we need to go double check CLI JS and see if there's a way to, with that, expose this. Back here. Let's see. So Player MCP server supports the following arguments can be provided as a JSON configuration. It's part of the args list. Let's see. We can set the browser. Oh, okay. So I think when they're using CLI JS, I believe that's from this. Is it? Where's the CLI JS coming from? Let's see. Oh, really? It's literally just running program JS. So it goes to lib program JS. Wait, is it a TS? They do this in TypeScript. Yeah, for some reason, it looks like, for some reason, on the Playwright MCP, it does not have the option to expose that. I mean, that's not a big deal. It would have been nice to have a dual purpose container in there. I think the simpler option is to just go make our own. Let's go ahead and back this out. Back it out. Oh wait, this is not correct. What I want to do is take this. What this should be, this should have an image tag right here. We're not going to be doing build. Our container name is going to be, well, let's change the service here. Let's call this we'll call this headless Chrome. We'll go ahead and do an env file. I don't know if we need the rest of this stuff. I know somebody's probably actually made this. This real quick. That was browser use. Let's see. Chrome CDP default port. Let me check that because I believe that is that 9222. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 when Chrome is launched with the remote debugging port flag. So we need. Yep, so here's our example of what we actually need to run on this. Nope, we just need to make sure to add those options to it. Grab this line because what we'll do is we'll use this as like our so what we'll need to do is let's go ahead and expose our ports first. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Don't really care about the environment or env variable for now. What we want to do is just go expose. I think we do it like this. I had to write a lot of Docker to compose, so let's see. In fact, I don't even know if we need necessarily any of these other options here. Like, we don't need the user nobody. We don't need the security options. We don't need the set comp. We don't need to set a special headless. We do need to actually set this though. Because this is coming from Docker IO, so we need to actually make sure we set the image there. Don't think we need any of these volumes. Let's see. Set my args. That's where we could do the command there. I thought there was another way where you could literally pass it args though. Because I want to use the default entry point there. Hey Ty, what's up, man? Dude, we're doing pretty good. Working on adding a browser component with an AI agent that can then control the browser for doing web exploitation. So spent most of the night understanding a couple of prerequisites, how we were going to implement this, which path we wanted to take forward. Finally found out there's a specialty agent that somebody's already crafted that's very good at handling interactions with web browsers. We can come through and we can do this to kind of set up our own interactions with it. So in this case, he added it with command here. I thought there were other parameters we could actually add to this. I wanted to make it a list format. This is how we could do different variable. S and E and V. What's the thing? Docker. What I want here is an explanation of where I can structure things in the because I haven't had to write one in ever. So there's our 2 services example there. Oh, nice. I didn't realize you could actually split these out into different YAML files and then include. Very cool. Let me see here. I know there's got to be. Wait, you can run. You can run a Minecraft server as a Docker Compose. All right, that's pretty funny. Find that hilarious. All right, I'm getting off track here because I know what to happen here. So do we really just need to go specify this in command? Which I think if it's like this as an array, we could actually specify it slightly different. I believe that's how it was specified over in... What was that? In the MCP compose, actually. Oh, it wasn't done like that. Surprised. That's alright. Let's go just set this up for it. You don't need any volumes here. What we're going to need is the command we want to run. I think it should work like this. I haven't had to compose it so long. I wanted to run the default command, but just pass in a couple of specific arguments to it. I mean, here's the compose file reference, but like it's not. Here we go. This is what I've been looking for this whole time. No, maybe not. Oh, here we go. The compose spec. Let's see. So I think this will just be the arguments that we want to pass to it. So like, for example, the debugging address. Port. And we also want disable GPU and headless here. Let's set these up real quick. Yeah, we do want to disable GPU because we're not going to be passing any forward to it. I think that might be it. We can go try it. That out, copy it. And what we'll do is we'll just go test this in the present component. Let's CD over into our specialty agents. And then what we'll do is we'll call this headless Chrome YAML. Let's call it that. That was not supposed to be a vector, though. That was supposed to be a vim. Paste and then yeah, I think that would be good right there. Let's try this. Gotta check something. Options, service. Actually, I might just have to remove that. Let's move. See if I didn't screw this up. An easy way to tell is we'll just check and see if port 9222 gets exposed after it runs. Port already in use. What? Oh, let's kill that real quick. I'm down here. So what was the error we're getting up here? Why is it running SOCAT? It looks like it was already configured for that. See that? We have remote debugging port actually specified twice in here, so maybe we actually don't even need that. Hold on, before I modify this, what else was in here? So we did have headless, disable GPU, remote debugging address. So the first thing we had in here was remote debugging address as quad zeros. And it actually already had that in there. So we've got those duplicates. So we can take out those first two. We can just pass in disable GPU and headless. And I think we're good. Let's see. Yeah. I guess so. Which I did not expect. But you know what? That's fine. We'll just nuke these right on out, Chimere. And let's not do that. Let's do this. So now, Yep. So 9222 is now running on the Docker proxy. Nice. Nice. All right, cool. Did I really just do that though? Oh wait, hold on. No, this is fine. Let me go CD to actually where I was. So we were in Hack the Bot, Specialty Agents, Browser Use. That's where we were. All right, let me clear this out. I was getting thrown off because we were still over in the Playwright MCP Docker container, or Docker directory. There we go. Sweet. So now that's up and running. Check our little implementation plan. Playwright Docker Compose. Let me change this because we did not use Playwright. What we did is we did headless Chrome. Well, let's see. We did ensure CDP was exposed, so we're good there. We're good there. So now we actually have to go implement browser use into Hack the Bot. So that is going to be kind of the next step. And before I do that, I think what I want to do is we will branch this off. Let me look at something real quick. What was our change in GoBuster? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I need to commit that just yet. That is going to be a little bit funky. We're still working on how to get these volumes to work correctly. However, actually what we could do is, why didn't I just think of this? We can specify a data directory that we want in the host and then just have that exposed as a particular volume. So I don't think I need to worry about that now, but let me see something. Let's bring this up. Can I do this like dirty cheap way and add a new branch in here? Well, let me add a new branch in here. What's that? Yeah, I'm going to put this into, and I've been meaning to do that as we've been developing, but honestly, this is the dev lib repository. And then eventually, once the initial release happens, we'll push everything over to probably a different one. We'll roll everything up into like a version 1, maybe like an alpha version or something. And we'll put it into its own repository and probably rename it from Hack the Bot because that was just supposed to be a working name. I'm thinking about just calling it Stinger AI, considering Stinger is the name that I gave to the overarching agent. What I was hoping is I could go make a new branch over here. I mean, I can do it from the command line. I just wanted to be a dirty UI sloth, you know? Shinobi, there are no dumb questions. Don't worry. Look at coding and cyber through all my books and try hack me as well as fuck around and hack around via stream. Good or bad idea? Dude, I like working on this stuff on the stream for a couple reasons. One, I use the stream as my rubber ducky. So if you're not familiar with the idea of rubber ducky debugging, is that you have something on your desk. Typically it was like a little yellow rubber ducky, and you go through your code and you explain to the rubber ducky as if they were a developer who has to come take over your code base, and you're explaining all the problems as you go through this. And the very act of explaining these things makes it to where you can understand it and you find the fault in it, because as you're thinking through it, trying to explain it to somebody else, that's when you find the bug. And so really chat for on stream is my rubber ducky. That's why I'm talking constantly. Now that could be a different situation for you where if you don't like to talk constantly and you don't maybe have the gift of gab or the like strong desire to work on it, maybe working on a stream's not the best idea. However, I'll caveat that with this as well. if you're working on it on stream, you're more likely to be consistent with it. And that is, you know that, hey, some folks, even if it's like 10 people, think about if you were going to give a talk in person, giving a talk and like 10 people show up to it is pretty cool, especially if you're talking like on a small topic, like a niche topic, right? I think that's a great idea. And then that kind of keeps you a little bit accountable, helps give you a little bit of motivation on top of the discipline to can have it be like on a scheduled event. So it's not necessarily something that I encourage everybody to do. I also don't think it's a bad idea. It's going to depend on you a lot. Think about how you want to go through it. There's certain things I wanted to cover and like learn, and it didn't translate well onto the stream. So I've got it over there, but there's a book on Windows security internals, and I was trying to go through that and explain it as I'm learning it. And it just didn't translate well to working on stream. It's something I'm going to have to learn on my own off the stream. Yeah, it is kind of like a built-in accountability system, Bobby, especially if you set a schedule. So I set a schedule for the stream: Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And I feel bad whenever I cancel the Tuesday night streams. I know it's a bit of the whipping boy, and it's the one that gets beat down the most. I really try hard not to cancel that stream, but if one of them has to get sacrificed, it's typically that one. So I enjoy it. I get folks coming in here, heckling me, giving me great ideas. The bants are top tier, 6 out of 7, and I enjoy the crap out of it. I'm your favorite cyber streamer. Aw. This made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Makes me think of Major Pain. I don't like it. Have I tried to understand D's? OMG, laughing. What is D's? Go ahead. I'm waiting. I'm waiting, laughing. That's what I thought. Punk. Oh, okay. I totally forgot what I was doing. No, I know what I was doing. We're gonna branch the sucker off. Still trying to figure it out myself. I know, man. Dude, that's the story of my life. Hack around and find out. I actually tried this. I think as long as I'm in... Don't hate me for this. Get out to make a new... Oh, you literally just do get branch name. Okay. Get branch, browser use agent. There we go. Now I want to see if this actually showed up that we're now using this branch here. Punchlines are way harder to do at 30 words per minute. I forgot you switched your keyboard layout. Self-owned. Hold on. What am I looking for here? Yeah, I know, I'm a dirty scrub. I don't have all the... Oh, I gotta check it out then. Okay. Do, get, check out, FB. Browser use agent. Already exists. I'm already there. Or do I need to do get switch? Is that it? Oh, it's get switch. That's what I need to do. Switch to that branch. All right, now I want to see if this actually reflects over in the gets here. Hey, there we go. Oh wait, I could have done it there. Oh, son of a... Okay, fine. All right, cool. So now what we'll start doing is we'll start implementing all the browser use stuff over here. "30 words per minute destroys comedic timing." Yes, yes, it does. All right, let's see here. Okay, so now we want to start implementing our new special agent. Wait, didn't I? Is this not tracked? Hold on. I just noticed something. Unversioned files. Oh, actually, I did want that. I believe the rest of these things I'm not so worried about. These are all like LangGraph checkpoints and some other stuff. Anyway, but yeah, actually, I wanted to start tracking that. Do this. Let's see. Shell script to run LangGraph. I meant to push that up to main. Damn it. Check out master. Let me go push this to master real quick. Yes. Push that. There we go. I forgot about that because I did want that script in there. Of all the contributors I've made to Ludus, I've been made by the GUI. Oh, dude, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm a dirty get GUI. That sounded terrible. I'm a dirty GUI user. Dude, I don't know what it is about. All technology tools have some kind of dirty connotation to them. They just do. All right, now I'm going to switch back to this. Check out. Kitsap, what's up? Thanks for coming online. Happy Sunday. Get GUI. Ew. Gross. All right, now. Oh, there it is. There's our browser use agent. Now we're talking. All right. Docker compose. We'll take care of that in a second. Let's do a new Python file here. I don't think I want to do this.
Caution. A virus has been detected.
Nerdarino virus detected in the network.
Arduino, hey man. I didn't understand what the text said. And then Misadventures and Astro came in. I'm like, I don't know who that restrainer is. I completely spaced there. What's up, guys? Hold on. New virus. Gotta type cookie in chat. There we go. Cookie. Arduino, my man from the stars. My brother from another celestial mother. How are you doing? Hey Tatum, thanks for coming online. Welcome in. Hey guys. Happy Sunday to all the raiders. You're actually catching us when we're in a little bit of a weird task here. So, my name's Blaise. I'm a professional hacker. I've been in offensive security for a long time. I've been in IT for a long time. And we're building a little AI agent to go play hacking CTF challenges. And our little agent decided it very, very badly wants its own web browser. So we've been going through and instrumenting a way to have the AI agent have its own dedicated web browser in a Docker container that it can control. So you caught us as we're going through this process. The last 2 hours have been researching this issue and figuring out how we wanted to implement it. Red team is the only team. No, I'm kidding. Actually, I used to work on blue team. I've been in IT for 15 years. I have literally just passed the halfway point where half my career was in blue team and half was in red team. So that's what we've been working on right here. So we just got the Docker container stood up. Basically what it's doing is it's running a headless Chrome. So it does all the same stuff. It just doesn't have a UI component to it. It's fine. We don't need that. We can still actually get a screenshot of the page, which would be handy because we're going to pass information over to an AI agent to handle like interactions with clicking and browsing around the site, finding things, stuff like that. We're going to have a good time with it. And we're getting ready to finally work on, actually, we've been working on it. This is kind of the project thus far. Where is it? Hold on. I've got so many tabs open, I've lost track of it. Here we go. So this is the project kind of thus far. Stinger. So basically what it does is it comes through and it runs, gets some user input, kind of stylizes everything. Stinger agent here, this is our kind of like our orchestrator, our manager, supervisor, and it's got different specialty agents that are their own little subgraph here that it can then go through and execute different workflows to accomplish the task that we assign it. Eventually, Stinger will kind of make its own task list. Right now, we're getting it like a very explicit task list. And it's going to run through this entire life cycle with the goal of finding a weakness, exploiting it, compromising it, escalating privileges on the system, getting root and stuff like that. And then finally, solving the capture the flag, returning us back the user flags. So far, it's working out pretty well. We're currently working on the exploitation agent here. And we're shoring up this loop that happens. So if you're not familiar with offensive security, a lot of times exploitation is a lot of hack around and find out. So we've built that into, we call it kind of like speculative tasking. The agent comes through and says, okay, I think I can exploit the system in this way. So then we have a planner that plans out, okay, what steps do we need to take? And then we have this processing loop that says, okay, let's iterate over those steps, see if we can get an exploit to work. So we're currently working on this. However, we found a deficiency in the tooling, which is the agent really, really wants its own browser. So that's what we're working on right now. No, we decided not to use Selenium because Selenium would allow us to do direct interactions to the browser. However, we are using a language model to add some logic to this project. So we're actually using another library called browser use. Let me find that. Here we go. So browser use. It actually already integrates with LangChain, which is kind of like the foundational framework that we're using. And the great thing about that is we were kind of spitballing how we wanted to do this earlier, whether we wanted to try and do it with MCP or some other things. Finally, we decided that with browser use, because it's already integrated into LangChain, we get all the cool telemetry from LangGraph and LangChain that we need and we want. And then we can just set up headless Chrome. That Chrome DevTools protocol will allow browser use to control the browser in the Docker container. And bam, we get the best of all the scenarios that we wanted in here. Red team's having fun and blue team's getting paid. That is true. I actually did make... I made more money on the blue team side. I had a lot more fun on the red team side, though, just to be honest. Except for when it's reporting week. Reporting weeks are rough. So, lots of fun here. So this was kind of like our little implementation plan. We got our new Docker container set up. We made sure that it had that DevTools protocol exposed. Now we're going to come over to browser use and we're going to start integrating that into Hackbot. And if anybody wants to see the code, it is up on... It's up on GitHub. I'll drop a link to it here. Hang on one sec, guys. right, I'm back. The sock had a very important question. The code is, by the way, the code up on GitHub, it is the complete code, but the directions on how to get it up and running are not there. It's trash. I would mostly, if you wanted to start playing around with some of the stuff, you could use it as a little bit of a guide in there. But there's a lot of disconnected dependencies that I'm working on bringing into it. So, for example, RoboPages. This is our tooling server. So you have to start the RoboPages server first, and then eventually, now I'm adding in this other specialty server. So there will be a special Docker Compose in here that you'll also need to run. RoboPages eventually is going to become a Docker Compose service. But those are comfort features. I'm trying to get the core features working first before we make it comfy. It's a pain in the butt to run right now, to be honest. Why are we 1.7% PHP? What? That's got to be the web shell. Yeah, there it is. How does that one web shell account for 1.7% of the code base? I have written so much code for this. Those emulate my Git messages too. Yeah, everything changed. Until next time. A lot changed. What was the last one I just did? Let's see. Because I just did a commit here. Oh, I forgot. I have not pushed the browser use agent over to the master branch. That's why. Or I haven't pushed it up to GitHub yet. So the latest code I'm working on isn't up there, but also we haven't implemented it yet. I did actually double check something in Python when building like a module. Do I need to put basically another init in here and then the browser use code that I want? I'm not sure. Actually, I didn't look at that up real fast. Let's see. Python module. Let me look at this. Let's say, so your module package core functionality is in sample. It's only a single file. By the way, if you're wondering if I'm super elite Mr. Hacks or why am I having to go read about Python modules, two reasons. One, I'm not super elite Mr. Hacksaw. I do everything legally because I have an aversion to going to pound me in the butt prison. Two, I actually don't do code development a lot. This is a project also to help me to learn how to be a better developer. Hacking, modifying, working on code, no problem. Reading 24 different types of languages and scripting structures, no problem. Writing something from scratch, problem. So we're rectifying that problem with this project. Now, this is not what I want. Python modules are a single .py file containing Python code such as functions, classes, variables. Python package is a directory containing one or more Python modules and an init.py. Init.py file signals to Python that the directory should be treated as a package. Okay. So what I want to do here is let's make us a Python file, and we'll make this init.py. And then we'll make ourselves another new Python file. You're already a lot above other cybersecurity professionals I've had to deal with. I think probably it might just also depend on what their specialty was. So security is just as broad, if you think about like the topics that it covers, as the entire technology field. It's the hat, right? A lot of times we like to think of it as the base, like everything should be secure from the get-go. That's not realistically how things work. Typically, functionality trumps security. And in a lot of cases, I don't fault them for this. I understand. It's just not the most secure way to do things, is that functionality becomes the primary driver, and then security gets slapped on it like almost like a coat of paint at the end of the project.
As long as Stinger doesn't become self-aware on August 29th at 2:14 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, it's looking pretty good. That's when Skynet becomes self-aware. John Connor, you got to come with me to the chopper. Too much security is bad. It kind of is. There comes a point where it becomes so secure that it's unusable. That's part of that balancing act in Tropic. By the way, everybody who came in and I saw the raid messages from Nerduino stream. All of y'all have really awesome usernames. I love them. It's one of my favorite things about streaming is reading everyone's usernames. We might just throw all this in the init. Does the init need to be blank? Module 1, Module 2. Let me think about this, because when we're using the browser use agent, taking a look at this, all we really need to do is create the agent, expose it, and then basically return that and make it to where we have agent there. Let me double check something here. I think probably what we'll have to do, and we might be able to cheat with this a bit and just use the tool decorator, is define this as a tool, this agent. Really, I've got this in as specialty agents, but actually this probably really isn't. It actually is an agent because it's running its own kind of workflow. It's not an agent in the sense of how we have the rest of the code structured, where, for example, every one of these graphs here. So this whole thing is an agent. It has these primary agents, right? This will be an agent kind of in and of itself. It's just not one that we're going to graph out in the same way. Let's think about this. I kind of want to structure this real quick because we're getting towards the end of the stream, but I want to get this a little bit more cleaned up before we get to that point. At least a little bit started. I never try to finish for the day without knowing exactly where I'm going to start next time. Let's call this browser. Actually, we'll just call this I always finish. I bet you do, laughing. Much too. Never mind. Never mind. I'm not going to say the mean thing. Yeah, I had a different screen name for a long time. Usually now, like if you hop on the Discord, I'm in there as Blaze of Glory. For a long time, I had another one that I had used since high school, and finally I decided I had just outgrown that screen name. Decided I was just gonna chill out with it. Need to get an RE, save some room for a typewriter. Because the only thing I can think of when you type RE is reverse engineer. Oh, Resident Evil. Dude, Resident Evil games are nuts. Alright. Damn it. I kind of want to work on this some more, but we are kind of at the end of time. Let me think. Yeah, we'll go a little bit longer. So one thing we need to do is we need to come actually get browser agent or browser use agent set up in the repository here. So we're in
For memory functionality requires Python less than 313 due to PyTorch compatibility. I think we just do browser use. So let's go add that to the project real fast. Over here. What do we need to do? Poetry, I think install browser use. I think is it poetry install, poetry add? Crap. It's add, yeah. Project poetry add browser use. Definitely got to dump those pre-adulthood usernames that we did so much learning with. I know. I mean, that username still exists on a bunch of my stuff. It's just for like my screen names on a lot of systems now. I use Blaise of Glory. Ooh, we are swelling the code base. Look at that. It's getting thick. One of my other computers over here is doing weird stuff. It starts making funny noises. I'm going to shoot it because it probably became self-aware. All right, so we have that added now. If all these out. You know, I've never seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I know I've seen a lot of the memes from it, but I've never actually sat down to watch the movie. Let's see here. Let's do this. Let's rearrange the code. Actually, I want to rename this. Yeah, this is browser use. This will be refactor this. Rename this. Let's call this. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to define a function. This function is going to be maybe browser agent. And then when we define browser agent here, basically what we'll do is we'll define this as tools. And we'll have a couple tools in here like to start a session, track a session, things like that. There's going to be a lot of learning that happens with this one. Got to go prep for watching a night rocket launch. Ooh, nice. Thanks for stopping in, Miss Adventures. I appreciate it. I do like Nerdduino streams too. I really do enjoy like astronomy. I do like Star Wars a lot, but I really got to say Star Trek was probably more my jam because I liked the somewhat slightly more practical science fiction than use the Force, Luke. I do like Star Wars though. I am a giant nerd, but I think I was a bit more Star Trek when I was kind of growing up. All right, how do I want to structure this guy? So first thing we want to do is we want to import our configuration real quick. Now, where do we do that? I gotta remember how I did that. Ah, it's utils configuration. Yeah. And then we'll get configurations. That'll give us our model temp and language model. Wait, thanks. All right, cool. Watch your mouth right now. I mean, I like the idea. I know you're talking like the stellar mass of Jupiter to create an effective warp bubble with our current understanding, right? But I do like the idea of being able to do that than just weird, faster than light travel that makes no sense in, at least in the way it was portrayed a lot in Star Wars, right? It's just, hey, yeah, we're just gonna go cloud hop across the galaxy in 2 weeks, right? I'm a space slash star 1999 Star Trek kid, but the Force is always with me. Yeah, I'm the same way too. If I had to pick one or the other, I'd probably say Star Trek over Star Wars. But I really do like them both. And recently, over the last couple years since I was playing Darktide, starting to learn a little bit more about 40k, and Grimdark is an accurate description there. If there was any fictional universe I would not want to get stuck in, it's the Warhammer 40k universe. Anything that includes FTL travel is closer to Harry Potter fantasy than science fiction. Yeah, I know, Ken, but that is why it's called sci-fi, not sci. I just like robots and laser swords. I would like a laser sword, please. Let's see here. So here they're defining the age, but over here, we can also define the agent with a browser session. So let's go ahead and start kind of working through this. We'll add dependencies as we need them. So we're going to need to define, actually need to import this first. Hang on one sec, guys. Peaches is making weird noises. That's my puppy. Be right back. Hang on, guys. Let me go let Peaches outside. I think she's got to go potty. Be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Poor baby, when she's begging to go outside, you know she's really gotta go. She's a good doggy, though. I think we can all agree that if they used the space magic more, they wouldn't need the laser swords hardly at all. Space magic! In fantasy, you call it magic. In science fiction, you just call it quantum. Let's see here. So we're going to need to define a browser profile. Actually, we're going to need to import this first. What do we import? Go. Simple import. Not that. There we go. What am I going to do here? Let's see. Let's do browser profile. What if we need to import that from browser use? That for browser. Yeah, I know it's an unused. All right, where's our browser? We want to keep this. That's not what I want. That's really the. You can auto-connect a remote browser or pass any of the following existing Playwright objects to the agent. Oh wait, do we need to is browser agent from Playwright? Like, is that what we need to import that from? There's our profile in our session. Okay. We can define a profile here. Let's go and define. Let's look at the browser. Yeah. I'm working on it. Static template collecting KWRs to be passed to it. So. I gotta figure out how this sucker is set up. Browser use, browser. Arduino, I love that quote. Yeah, from I forget what the professor's name was. I think even Feynman used that quote. Said nobody really understands any of this, but at the end of the course, you will not understand it a bit better. Actually, I think the exact quote I heard was, it was an introductory quantum mechanics lesson, or a course, and at the beginning of the course, the professor said, currently, I am the only one in the room who does not understand quantum mechanics. By the end of the course, you won't understand it either. See if this is what I was looking for. I don't know if we necessarily even need the browser session. Yeah, we'll go ahead and set it up. Although I think this documentation might be a little bit dated because from what I'm seeing here, browser session actually I believe was a subclass of. Yeah, because we had browser session and browser profiles here.
I don't think we can even import. Oh, we could have actually. So we didn't have to import browser specifically, but that's fine. We'll just leave it like that. Quantum mechanics is more of a problem of accepting than understanding. I can get that too. The way I always thought of it is that, yes, just thinking about the double slit experiment, because that's pretty much about as far as I got in quantum mechanics. The way I kind of thought of it is, yeah, it does move as a wave. However, once it deposits its energy, it deposits 100% of its energy at the point of wherever the collapse happens. And I know that's probably a pretty crap interpretation, but that's what I work with in my head. So here in the browser session, this is where we're actually going to set the CDP URL. And then that is going to be, what does the CDP URL need to be? Is it just CDP? Is it just C? CDP, whack, and I think it should just be localhost 9222. I think that would work right there. We'll see. We're gonna try it. See what happens. Folks talking quantum mechanics. Y'all was a bunch of big old nerds. Me too. Oh no, it actually does need to be set up as HTTP. So it's not its own protocol. We can even get a nice list of URLs. How fancy. This should be good here. Do we know? we talked about quantum mechanics, so we might not. If you don't look at the chat, you won't be sure one way or the other. You're right, it's the Heisen chat. Actually, my favorite term in a lot of coding is the Heisen bug, and which is the nature of the bug in your code changes depending on when you observe it. And my wife hates that because she would often like have an issue, and it happens to everybody. I had one guy, I think it was Pirate Software, who said, yeah, you gain kind of like techno aura, and then you just riz the machine spirits as you get close to them. That's pretty much what happens. You work with technology long enough, the technology learns to fear you. And when you get close, it starts acting right. So literally, it's changing by the interaction of the observer. Let's see here. I do want to set up the profile. I just don't know what the profile actually needs. Actually, we may not even need the profile. I'm going to drop that for now and let it. We're going to try it without it. We're just going to see if we need the session. So what we'll do is we're going to need to book a flight to Fiji. No, we're not going to do that. I think what we're going to do is we're going to have it go to example.com. Let me look at that real quick. So let's expect this sucker real quick. And I want to have it do something. Maybe example.com is not the best one. What's another dummy website we can use to test it? Fiji from LAX is $400 right now. So tempted. I have a vacation coming up, but I'm going out to the woods. I'm just gonna go chill out with the kids and some other friends that are coming with us, and we're gonna go chillax. That is my vacation. I don't want to go do stuff. I want to go somewhere and do nothing because I do stuff throughout the rest of the week. It's like a Pokemon. You have to have a high enough level for it to respect you. We can go to isitdns.com. Yes. It's always DNS. Actually, hold on. There was another one. I think maybe they took it down. CrowdStruck website. Let me see. Nope, I meant CrowdStruck. Let me see. No, I guess it's not in here. It's never not DNS. Correct, Bobby. What is this? So who are these people typo squatting on crowdstruck.net? I'm curious now. Okay, maybe it was Clown Strike. Was that it? Yes, clownstrike.lol. Somebody made this. So we'll give it an example task here. Just play clown music. I think what I'm going to do is I have it browse to this site and give a summary of it. Maybe we'll try that. Yeah. The music it plays, it's just like clown music. Whenever you bring it up. It's clownstrike.lol. Oh no. What happened? Let's see here. Cloudflare responds, Saga continues. Yeah, so if you're not familiar with this, CrowdStrike attempted to take down clownstrike.lol. It's funny. I'm trying to find just a shitty web page that I can have it come through and summarize. Maybe this one will work. We'll try it. Let's do we'll do if name main, I think. I'm losing my mind. What was that? Yeah, name equals main. That's it. Then what we'll do is we'll say the task is going to be describe the page. There we go. I'm not pooping laughing. Come on, man. I'm right here. I'm right here. The camera doesn't even move. Look, I can't even like. Oh, I can't even poke the green screen to like prove it. But I'm still sitting here. That's not. I want this one. It's so funny. Let me look at their kind of example a little bit. So we define our agent and we just do an agent.run. Let's just copy this. This out. I don't know why it copied like that. Let's see. what did I do there? Move this down a bit. No, why are you doing this? Why you hate me? Actually, don't even want. Why am I making this so hard on myself? There we go. I'm just setting this up so we can try and run it like by itself. Let's see, our LLM is not going to be this. LLM is going to be from configuration. So configuration.llm. That's our LLM coming from our config file over here. All right, Tropic, have a good night. I wanted to just see if I could get a quick test of this running, and then we'll probably call it a night there. Quick. Let's see. I'll move this up here. Take this out. Just like that. Save this. I'm going to try and run this, and it's probably going to fail epically. Let's see what happens. Nope, I didn't. How did I reference the language model before? I haven't had to do that so long. Like, oh, it's because I forgot. We can't use dot notation for this. We have to use kind of like block notation. There we go. Are we really going to have to implement async for this? I guess we are. Fine. I think I actually may have async IO already in. Yeah, we did. All right, so we'll need to await this. We'll do async IO run. Wait here, and then we need to change the this. We need to make this an async function. Drop that right there. All right. Got errors. Let's see. Oh wait, did I? Oh, I'm a dummy. It's because we didn't include the session in here. So it's trying to load the... Yeah. I'm a dummy. We defined the session and didn't improve it. So it was trying to run like a local copy of Playwright. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Oh, it didn't like that. Anonymized telemetry enabled. Let's disable that. Oh god. Yeah, flashbang. Let's go add that to the env file. Actually, you know, we're not even using the env file. It's fine for this situation. We'll want to go add it a bit. This agent got an unexpected keyword session. That's not true. Because it's browser session. That's what it is. Yeah, the keyword is not session, it's browser session. So we're getting some kind of HTTPS failure. That might be that we need to update the keys. Not the keys, but if we're connecting to a site and we don't have like the root certificates installed on the box, it may not work. It's trying. User wants me to browse to here describe the page. I'm currently on a blank page about blank. The file system has an empty to-do.md and results.md file. Since this is a simple task with the clear steps, I'll create a basic plan, which is to navigate, analyze the web page content, extract the key information about the website, document the description in results.md, report back to the user. Let's see. So navigating to clownstrike.lol. So, all right, so here's our error we got. Back off, saving update request. After 4 tries, exceeded with URL patch, name resolution error. For some reason it failed to load that. Look at the current state. I'm at step 2 of the task and describe the page. I've already created a plan in the to-do which outlines the steps I need to take. First step was to create a plan, which has been completed. It still says I'm on about blank. Okay. I love this. According to my to-do file, I've checked off the create a plan task, and the next unchecked item is to navigate. So then it attempts to navigate to it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's some kind of a CDN in here. I actually want to check something real quick. See. Hey, so look at this. This is the whole reason why I wanted to use browser use in the main repository, because we actually are getting traces from the runnable sequence. So we can see what we're doing here. So we have the system. We've got all the different... This is the input for the system prompt. So the human prompt was... Very cool. Okay. I like the way this is executing. However, each of the steps it just did, right? It's running them as runnable sequences, so I'm not sure how I like that. What? Why is it asking about France? What the heck? Yes, this is written in LangGraph. This part right here technically is LangChain. LangChain handles the interactions back and forth to the language models. LangGraph handles the linking of the nodes and state management. So the two are kind of built on top of each other. But yeah, all of this stuff here and the individual agents themselves, all this is written in LangGraph. The agents are using LangChain to make their language model calls back and forth and then track the state table. So basically there's a single object, book of knowledge, types dictionary that gets passed between each of these nodes. So we pull out the data that we want, and then we return the data that needs to be updated as we go through it. So yeah, that's where LangGraph is handling all this. What we're looking at right now is really just a LangChain interaction, which is why when we check it here, we see runnable sequence. A runnable sequence is the base unit of execution. I just want to know, why was it asking about Paris? Maybe that was a test for some of the other items in here.
So confused right now. Error executing action, go to URL action, failed error page, go to page crashed. Let's look at our SSH session real quick. Let's see. We hit disable GPU. This is interesting because it says called thread with multiple GPU processes. It's a little bit weird. Yeah, so Ty, the stuff I'm working on right now is going to be in a slightly different branch, but it's because I realized as I'm adding a lot of new features, I probably should be branching and then merging. So this one actually is. So for some reason we got an exit but it never finished, right? It never actually came back and said this is what we want to do. So weird. I wonder if it is. Let's try something real quick. I want to see kind of what happens here. Let's. So if we just do a dig against that. I'm thinking that this actually might be part of a... Actually, I tell you what, let's actually see if we can get it to explain this to us. Describe how it's used on the site. Let's try running that. I'm curious to see. Maybe we could just have the language model explain to us what it's doing. Failed to resolve eu.iposthog.com. I wonder if that's where they're doing. Browser connection timed out. That's not good. You're killing me, Smalls. So for some reason, it looks like it's having trouble connecting to the browser. See if it'll run again here. I wonder if this EU post hog is where they're doing their anonymous telemetry. What's that site? It looks like from the structure of it, it looks like it's an image hosting CDN. Why are we back to asking about Paris? What the heck is going on? I wonder if part of that is it's doing it to keep track of like, hey, do we actually have a connection to the language model? look at something. We don't have any new unversioned files, but it's talking about it's writing stuff to a couple of ND files, like a to-do and a results, right? I mean, this is kind of cool. It is the telemetry service. That's kind of the only thing that made sense considering how fast it was hitting it. What was I doing? Using the tool. I love this. Resolved. Great. Gee. Thanks, bro. Try setting the environment variable for importing browser use. Try that. We'll set that sucker right there. Ah, I don't have OS. Dang it. Let's see. Run OS import. Alright. Alright, let's try this. Maybe we can get rid of that telemetry weirdness. Something in the agent itself. Well, I mean, this is a very bare bones agent just as a demonstration type. And then once we get this going, what we'll do is we'll structure this as a LangChain tool that we can then import into our tooling chain for these various agents to use themselves. So far, though, it looks like it's actually running pretty well. So it should come back saying, because that was part of the telemetry, it should come back saying, hey, this isn't used anywhere in the site. Oh, you're talking about with the France reference? Maybe. Test if specific tool calling method works with the current LLM. Yep, that's why. So if we could tell it to skip the test, it would be good. Where's the sucker get referenced from? Yeah. And that's kind of what I was thinking, Ty, but thank you for reminding me to go look at it. So browser use agent, what we want to do is somehow disable that. Yeah, I very much appreciate the help, man. Oh, so this is in the agent settings here.
yeah, see that? So this real quick. What was this called? It was called test. I know there's got to be a way to tell it not to do the test in here. Let's try this real quick. Browser view disable tool calling. So there's another environment variable we could also set if it didn't. But it looks like it fixed it though. It ran into a browser error, but if you notice, we don't get any of those messages for post hog anymore. So I think I'm gonna leave this baked in here and just leave the usage like completely off. Yeah. I mean, the only reference to it was our task and what we got in here. Somebody has to know it. Let me see here real quick. Oh, dang, stop it. So here's our agent settings. Tool calling method. So we can either set a tool calling method object or none. And it automatically just sets it to auto in here. Let me see something real quick. I wonder if we can just set that over here in the agent. That's our tool calling method, though. I mean, we do want that. So here's where we define this, and it gets called. Look at the spots in here. I want to know how to tell it to skip the test. Is it actually calling the right tool? Yeah, it should be, because it's its own little agent in here. It's not... I guess kind of technically is an agent. Wow. That is probably one of the worst misses I've ever seen in the AI agent overview. So we search for browser use skip tool calling test. And it talks about the Battle of Gettysburg. Fought in 1863. What the heck, man?
Try this again. We get Gettysburg again? No, we don't. Hey, Exil, what's up, man? Welcome in. There has to be some way in here. Do you have any notes for calling methods? Try pinging the Gettysburg Address. The planner model. Okay. I think we're gonna have a lot more work ahead of us. But that's fine. It's part of the... Maybe some. I don't want it to just be making those little extraneous calls there. For just one reason, they gum up the works, and I know it already works. They gum up the logs, really. So weird. Let's see. Can't type. Skip, asking about France. This guy had the wrong browser config, that's fine. I really would just like you to skip asking about it. What time is it? Oh, dang. It's getting on towards midnight where I'm at, so fortunately, that's all right. We were at a decent stopping spot. We can get this browser agent kind of, once we suss out what it's doing, read the documentation a little bit more, kind of figure it out. Let me look at something. Actually, hold on. Let's see, options we've got here. Context profile, controller, sensitive data, reactions, register. Yeah, dude, we've been having... It's actually amazing. I thought Hackbot would actually be a little bit further along by now, but I am happy with the progress being made. I was expecting the first 4 primary agents to be completed by the end of June. Obviously, we're not going to hit that target because... But, we've got one more week. If we can finish up the exploitation agent, not holding my breath, we'll still be doing pretty good. Here we go. If we could specify the tool calling method, then we'll know what it wants. I think if we specify the tool calling method, we'll be good here. So let me see if I can find that. Okay. Let's see. We're using Club 3.7. Tool calling method. Actually, we have another option. We could go debug it. But, all right, I think that is where we've got to end it for tonight, because it is getting late. Now, in the long shot, let's go see if anybody's over on InfoSec streams. Ripperoni. Nobody's on InfoSec streams. Makes me sad, but that's how it goes. I would like to see more people on there. Let's go see who else we could find to raid out to. If you have any raid suggestions, by the way, please feel free to shout them out. Oh, you think you found the related issue? Let's see. We have a manual check against some hard-coded model names. We recently added support for auto-detecting the tool calling method for the main language model, but currently it lives in this. Doesn't apply to the planner model. This is submitted. I kind of get what he's saying by looking at it without reading too much into it. Last month, okay. It's already a PR state for most of this other activity. Okay, so it looks like somebody's working on updating it right now. One thought I had is actually we would run through it and we debug it and we go see what method it kind of auto-determined, and we would just let it, and we'd use that one. And let it use its own logic and just figure it out. Some that we might like to go read out to. Yeah, it looks like what it's doing is it iterates over that list of literals in here. Right? And basically, it's going to try and figure out which one to use appropriately. Defaults to an auto setup in here. So we just have to figure out which one it actually uses. I think if it's auto, then it does the check for Paris to see which one is actually doing it. It's over in science and technology right now. Go look. I'm so surprised by this. There's a live earthquake viewer, and there's like 42 people watching it. I would have guessed that for an earthquake monitor. See, Adam's online doing some more dev work. So is Danny Destroyer. Oh, she's playing Repo Man. Let's see. too. Go knock this out real quick. Let's go. Let's see. Hypnotics on. Hey, Danny. Let's go right over to him. He's. What's he doing? No, he's playing a game right now. Everybody's playing games right now. Alright, I guess we're gonna do a DJ raid then. Actually, you know what? Adam is actually doing some coding right now. He's doing some game dev, so we'll go raid over to him. Twitch TV database. What the heck? That's hilarious, Bobby. Actually, yeah, we'll go give. Yeah, I think we'll go right over to them because that's too good. That's hilarious. All right, guys. Unfortunately, it is midnight here. I got to wrap this up. Thank you all for coming to hang out. We'll do Tuesday news coming up this week. I'm not on reporting. We should be good for it. And then next Saturday, we'll start working on the browser agent. We'll start getting this guy clicking around the interwebs and doing stuff. So, everyone, I want you all to have a fantastic week. Keep crushing it. You know, I have faith in you that you can do it. No cases of the Mondays, cases of the crushing it. And remember one thing that is very important, which is I love you. Peace.